All right, first pair into the water box, and it's a pair of Fords. Got an early 90s Mustang Fox body over here at TCS side, driven by Jason Gibson. Going up against Lauren Stewart in that 03 Mustang. Jason Gibson taking off like a bullet. That machine, of course, running plenty of outlaw races. And he'll fire in a 916, 123 miles an hour. Lauren Stewart, 1210 at about 21. Pair up. It's Plymouth on Chevy running down track. Ron Yaroshuk will look to get their second. The Lord Lane, meanwhile, goes 10:29, 128 miles an hour. That Plymouth goes 13:49 at 98. Next up, we bring up Brent Elliott and his El Camino. He faces off against Kevin Major with a 1990 S10 Blazer. Close race this, dead even as they run down the 8th mile mark, and close race at the top end, but Brent Elliott gets there first by less than half a tenth of a second. Kevin Major will get there second, 12:06 at $1:13. Brent Elliott, 11:65 at 116. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Final call for Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, final call, lanes 1 and 2. Motorbikes, we're gonna get you down to lanes 3 and 4. Motorbikes, let's get you moving down to lanes 3 and 4. Sport Compact, this is your standby call. Got a Cutlass over here, TCS side, going up against Jeffrey Bellman's Cougar. So Lucy ready to make another hit on the far lane. Pretty close on the tree, within 200th of a second of each other. Bellman's got that Cougar out in front, though. The Cutlass is no match. Bellman goes 11:15, 123 miles an hour. The Cutlass goes 14:41 at 63. And that'll bring him Joel Smith of the Pontiac against Robert McLean and his Camaro. Pontiac versus Chevrolet. Joel's son Tyler standing by. Tyler will look to compete and close out the Junior Street Championships of the JBS, not the JBS Equipment, the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series. Tomorrow night, Joel Smith letting the Camaro get a bit of a head start. Running them down, is it enough? No, it's not. Half a second, give it to the Camaro. 11:34 to $125. Smith went 10:58 at 131. Josh brings up the Mustang. Razvan Dejean brings up the Team All-Race Volkswagen Golf. Bit of backfiring from the Golf. But how about that? Look at the top end charge dragging around the Fox body, but doesn't get there. Josh with the whole shot takes the win. 968, 141 miles an hour, 10th and a half up on Dijon. Josh had him drilled on the tree. If Dijon could have been about a 10th better, he would have gotten him at the top end, no question. 942, 154 miles an hour for Dijon. That brings up Matt R. and his Dodge against Don Yasugi and his Blue Water Project Mustang. Matt goes 1063 at $126. Yasugi 1195 at 115. Meanwhile, Brian Kropp brings up the grocery getter. The Tunzilla Volkswagen going up against Stephen Kennedy and his Chevy Camaro ZL1. Who's going to take this one, the hatchback or the muscle car? It'll go the way of the muscle. Kennedy, 1079, 131 miles an hour. Brian Kropp goes 1113 at 122. Ty Jessman, the next one to roll into the water box. And he goes up alongside Rex Jessamine. Rex leaves on a heck of a red light. And Kai Jessman will still manage to drag around him for the win light. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Sport Compact, we need Sport Compact. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Adam Blender taking off with that all-wheel drive Audi RS3, hightailing after the Corvette for Jeremy Souza. And drives around him by half a second. Gave up 2 seconds of a head start on the tree and still beat him to the line by half. Went 952 at $148. Souza was off throttle, only going 1201 at 81 miles an hour. So we got a Corvette bringing it on up over here, tower side of the racetrack, rolling into the water box. And with the Corvette going 1170 and 116, we roll the motorcycles. Boy, a long burnout for that machine over on the TCS side. Paul Sidar brings up the Mass Cycle Gixxer. The 2005 Suzuki going up against the 2008 Suzuki, headed up by Legal M. 180 with a 6, 144 miles an hour for Serdar, TCS side. And that'll bring up Corey Craig with a Black Lightning Spectrum Motorsports Hayabusa. Keith Schmidt taking that Harley down track, picking up the front wheel a little bit back here on the starting line. And he's going to run that thing all the way down track. Puts down an 1193 at 114 miles an hour. We'll bring up Ralph Steen in his ZX19 Kawasaki going up against Darren Bowman. We've once again called Sport Compact, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, you should be coming on up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic. Domestic, this is your standby call. So Ralph Steen, when that bike hitches up, it hitches up, but he can struggle to get off the line. Hey, well, that wasn't ideal. Had a heavy backfire and a lot of wheel spin right out of the gate. Still runs it down track, though, goes 1086 to 104 miles an hour. How about Darren Bowman, 1086 at 154? Hey, Sport Compact, once again, we're looking for you. Sport Compact, we need you lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact, bring them on up, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Folks, get ready to see a lot of Audis, a lot of Volkswagens. We got the Volkswagen and Audi clubs out here this afternoon. Ready to put on a solid for you. So it's an Audi over here in the tower lane. The 22 Volkswagen Golf in the far lane. Alexi Angelatos brings it up on the far side of the racetrack. Start line holding them up. We got safety crews out on the track, just checking everything out, making sure everything's nice and sorted up at the quarter-mile mark. So safety crews out there picking up a little bit of debris. And we'll get back to racing action for Sport Compact. For the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legals at Mission Raceway Park. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder coming on up next weekend. August 22nd to 25th. Going to be a wild 4 days. You can buy your tickets right now on Show Pass. We got everything. We got jet cars, we got dragsters, we got fuel altered, and we got a crap ton of racing like pro mods. We've got, of course, the Outlaws and everything in between. So come on out, Smoke, Fire, Thunder. Not going to be something you're going to want to miss. Next pair down track, Angelatos gets their second. The Audi got there first. Went 12:16 at 112 miles an hour. Angelatos went 12:58 at 110. And we'll bring up Adrian and his 1994 Corrado against Richard Ivanchko in the 95 Honda Civic, and that's going to turn into a single. Well, I said at the start a bit jokingly that you might want to make sure all your bolts are fastened. It appears that it's just turned into a literal advisement because we just had to turn somebody around because we found a bolt off of their car. And there's something loose on the back of that car as well as it runs down track. Richard Ivanchko might want to take a look at that exhaust on the back bumper. So yeah, just make sure everything is tight and battened down. Don't chance it. We don't want to break a car this afternoon. Ivanchko goes 13:39 to the 108 miles an hour. We'll bring up John Schmidt and Lucas Zhang. A 1954 Beetle going up against another Golf on the far side. Lot of wheel spin from the bug over here, TCS side, and Zhang gonna get out there in front. And with a pretty healthy jump, he's gonna take that one to an 11:42 at 120 miles an hour, while John Schmidt goes 15:21 at 92. Whenever we see a Beetle, we tend to see the older models, but how about a newer one? Don't see these out all that often at the strip. Stefan Sunderland brings out a 2014 Volkswagen Beetle out of Chilliwack. I was in Chilliwack today watching some Western Canada baseball. Going up against Anthony Walker in the Tunzilla Golf. So Sunderland and Walker running down track. Sunderland goes 14:83, 98 miles an hour. Walker goes 15:05 at 92. So Adrian Tash and Tim Carden running down the racetrack. Tash goes 14:82 at 96 miles an hour. Tim Carden goes 14:98 at 93. We'll bring up Kevin Kaiser and his Beetle running the Honda K20 turbo motor under the hood. The VW Drags this afternoon brought to you proudly by Bunnies and Bugs. You can stop by their booth for a free raffle ticket or a candy or two. This is, of course, day one of a 3-day weekend. Saturday at 9 a.m., they'll have an HPA pancake breakfast over in Langley, and then at 6 p.m. on the Saturday, they'll have a Tunzilla open house and hot tub summer barbecue. That'll be at Tunzilla in Surrey. And then, of course, on Sunday, it'll be the Great Canadian Volkswagen Show and Shine plus swap meet. That'll be at 9 to 2 at Tsawwassen Mills Mall. Jacob Smith and Kevin Krieger running down track. The Smith's Garage Beetle going up against the Volkswagen Beetle over in the far lane, and it'll be Krieger to get there first. 13:01, 101 miles an hour. Jacob Smith goes 14:55 at 83. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need domestic. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestics, come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Cole Clevries brings up Jane. His 1991 Volkswagen going up against Zach Beveridge, the 2004 Toyota. And Clevries goes 1486 at 101 miles an hour. Beveridge 1598 at 84. That leaves Vinny running a 2020 that's definitely not an Infiniti. That is absolutely a Volkswagen Golf. And the last Volkswagen taking off down the racetrack. And this will end up being a 1431 at 92 miles an hour. So getting ready to roll into domestics. Domestics, you should be coming up lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestics, we need you up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Outlaw, you can consider yourselves on a standby call. So we got a GMC pickup bringing it on up over here, tower side of the racetrack. So Camaro versus pickup, the S10. Left with a little bit of a jump there. But it'll be the Camaro to get out in front. 1248, 113 miles an hour. 1390 at 102. So we got another Camaro over here. Chase Cranmore brings up his machine from 2017, going up against Tony Angelis with a 99 Camaro out of Coquitlam. It's been a while since I've seen a beige car. I don't understand why people always weren't a fan of beige. It's a decent color. It's fun to say, too. But as fun of a color as it is to say, the beige Camaro doesn't look like he'll take this one, as Chase Cranmore getting out in front. And the titanium strip regular will go down with a 12.29 to the 117 miles an hour. Tony Angelis goes 13.05 at 106. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Domestic, where you at? You're running now, you're late. Domestic, we need you in the lanes 1 through 4. Domestic, 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're late. Cam Penner and Corey Whitelock, the next pair up. A Dodge Charger going up against that 6-liter Chevy pickup. And, well, Dodge ain't got nothing on the pickups apparently, as Whitelock runs it out the back door, goes 12.33 at 112 miles an hour. Penner went 15.25 at 89. Now here's a good old rust bucket. Matt Dawson brings up an S10, going up against a Ford pickup on the far lane. So Dawson goes down, and he'll go 13.72, 99 miles an hour. The vehicle on his far side goes 16 to 35 at 87. We got a Cadillac going up against a Corvette over here. That's awesome. So Corvette hightailing down the racetrack, but that Cadillac is in hot pursuit and going to get around him. Corvette got a little close to the center line. The Cadillac goes 12.31, 125 miles an hour. The Corvette 13.28 at 111. Bring him before pickup. And of course, it's a Dodge. Challenger taking off after the pickup. Pickup getting out there first. He goes 12.87, 108 miles an hour. Right lane, 12.99 at 110. So bring up Corvette versus Camaro once again. Pair of Chevys, one sport, one muscle. Camaro had the whole shot, but it'll be the Corvette to get there first. 14.32, 94 miles an hour. The far lane goes 15.13 at 92. So we need Outlaw to come on up. Lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, bring them up. Lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. That'll do it for the first rotation. And as soon as Outlaw gets up here, we're back to racing. So I see Outlaw steadily lining up behind the tower. If you're not already down there, Outlaw, we're waiting for you in lanes 1 and 2, and it's getting full. So if you're not already in 1 and 2, you should be getting on down there. So Jason Gibson, he's taken out Lauren Stewart, looking to take out his second Outlaw car of the day. The Mustang Fox body going up against a modern day Corvette. That Outlaw car, of course, runs in Outlaw weekends, and I would be surprised if we did not see that thing out at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder for official competition next week. Typically, that car only runs to the 8th mile mark, but boy, it can pull. It's also, of course, a big runner in JBS Equipment ET Series weekends, usually running in the Rad Torque Systems Super Pro category. We could see him out at the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown finale. A lot of good championships looking to be tied on up and wrapped out tomorrow night. Bit of wheel spin and lost momentum off the hitch. Live, he'll still get there first. Corvette, no match for Gibson. We'll bring up another Corvette. This one from the good old days. Jeremy Sousa going up against Lauren Stewart. Now Stewart giving up a lot on the line, and that's not looking like it's going to lead to much. Corvette, 1075, 107 miles an hour. Stewart, 1212 at 121. What about Brent Elliott and his El Camino? What about Kevin Major in the 1990 S10 Blazer? Both cars out on the launch. Elliott versus Major, it's tight. 10th and a half, it'll be Brent Elliott. The El Camino goes 1163, 116 miles an hour. Kevin Major goes 1197 at 113. Josh M brings up his Fox body going up against Ron Yaroshuk. Attention the pits. Motorbikes, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles coming up to lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles to lanes 3 and 4. So we continue steady on through Outlaw, Rex, and Kai Jessman. The next pair up, Monte Carlo versus Regal. And the Monte Carlo with the whole shot, but the Regal starting to drive back around. 1192, 115 miles an hour. Rex Jessman goes 1229 to the 108. Motorcycles, we're still waiting on you. Lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles, come on up. Lanes 3 and 4. Motorcycles to lanes 3 and 4. Talk about a soft launch from the Audi in the close lane over here. Waited it out 2.2 seconds and is nowhere close to Matt R's Dodge off the hitch. The left lane picking up the front wheels a little bit. As they get down track, it'll be the left lane to get there ahead of Don Yasugi. Going just shy of the 9-second bracket. And that brings up the next pair, Carl Jamieson and Stephen Kennedy. Attention the pits, attention the pits. We need Sport Compact. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact. Bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Oh boy, a lot of smoke billowing out of the left lane there, all the way down track. Might be out of the exhaust. I might look at that. I'm not sure though. Justin Berkey takes his Camaro to an 1141 to the 122 miles an hour. That car is still smoking all the way into the shutdown area. Well, it looks like it's good to go. Must have just been exhaust fumes. There you see Ken Christensen and his Kawasaki. And after Paul Sodar absolutely abuses the right rear on the Gixxer Suzuki, he's ready to rumble alongside him. Both bikers flying down track. Serdar, 969 to 144 miles an hour. Ken Christensen, 1037 at 141. Bring up Corey Craig. Bring up Keith Schmidt. Corey Craig with the quick time of the afternoon, 8:51, 161 miles an hour. Christensen ran 10:37 at 141. We'll bring up Darren Bowman. We'll bring up Ralph Steen. boy, Ralph Steen struggling to get that bike through the gears. And the left lane goes 858 at 161 miles an hour, just shy of Corey Craig's 851. And Ralph Steen crosses the center line, and he'll look to pull it to a stop, and he'll actually be pulling it off at the other exit. So crew's just checking out the racetrack, topping up some of the traction compound near the starting line. And we'll get ready to roll into Sport Compact. We got our Audi and Volkswagen duo once again. Richard Vanchko brings up, it's actually a Honda Civic, and the 2-liter motor going up against that Audi over here on the close lane. Hey, Sport Compact, when we say lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4, we mean 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if you're still coming on up, lanes 3 and 4 only now. Lanes 1 and 2 are full. We need you in lanes 3 and 4. Sport Compact to 3 and 4. We have Tim Garden against Cole Clevries. Volkswagen on Volkswagen. Old versus new. It's the 90s versus the 2010s. Running down track, Carden goes 15:48, 93 miles an hour. Clevries goes 15:58 at 99. The next pair up. Hey, Sport Compact, this is your final call to lanes 3 and 4. Sport Compact, final call, lanes 3 and 4, domestic, be ready to move. You're up next. we continue to fight our way through Sport Compact. Of course, once again, both the Volkswagen and the Audi clubs are out here for some good old fun at the Titanium Strip. And then, of course, there's the lone BMW looking to have a party of his own. He's going to be against Ethan Seco with the 2018 Audi on the far side. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Domestics, we need domestics lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestics lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. And fill the lanes evenly. Domestics lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Fill them evenly. The BMW gets there with a 1372 at 106 miles an hour. Stefan Sunderland brings up his 2014 Beetle once again. Going up against an older, I believe that to be a 90s Volkswagen over here, tower side. And Sunderland goes 1504, 97 miles an hour. Wilbraham Kevin Krieger taking up his 1960 Bug over here, tower side. And how about this? Look at that cute little thing over on the far lane. You don't see cars like that out all that often. It's got some pep to its step, though. Look at it go. Dead even at the 8th mile mark. Left lane of the whole shot, but by just a quarter of a tenth, 28 thousandths, give it to the far lane. That's a race right there. That was awesome. Chris Allen taking that McLaren 570S down track, went 1089 to the 119 miles an hour. You see safe to cruise out on the racetrack once again, just making sure everything is good to go before we get things all the way back to racing action. Once again, Show Pass is your source for all of these Smoke, Fire, and Thunder tickets. Going to be racing Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Big show is on the Saturday, so if you can only make it out one day, absolutely prioritize Saturday as much as possible. Going to be an absolutely stellar weekend of racing. It's the biggest race of the year, and the one point where we're actually at a little bit of a risk of running out of sitting room in the bleachers. So not something you are ever going to want to miss down to the titanium strip. And then, of course, just 2 weeks after that, we've got the National Open coming on down. Going to be a fun show, a fun weekend of racing for that race as well. All right, bring up Sebastian in. And that Dodge going up against Elizabeth Stobie in a Chevy Camaro. Sebastian running down track with Elizabeth falling behind. The Dodge goes 14.36, 97 miles an hour, gets there first. Stobie goes 15.40 at 91. We'll bring up Matt Dawson. We'll bring up Len Benke. Pair of S10s ready to go at it. Matt Dawson goes 13.88, 96 miles an hour. Len Benke goes 14.79 at 95. We got another Cutlass coming on up over here to our side, and he's facing off against a Corvette. Julian McLean. Oh, sorry, that's an Oldsmobile Hearst going up against Jingzi Wang with the 2023 Corvette. Hey, domestics, this is your final call. We're running you right now. Domestics, final call. You got to be down here. Domestics, final call. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Wang goes 11.38, 121 miles an hour. Dawson goes 13.88 at 96. We will bring up Rob Monroe. Chase Cranmore goes up against Alex Stobie. Camaro versus Chevelle, and this is about as new versus old as you can get. 2017 versus 1964. So Chase Cranmore running down track out in front. He'll go 12:32, 116 miles an hour. Alex Stilby 13:98 at 95. Adrian Tash and Braden Peterson, the next pair up. Cadillac versus Camaro. Cadillac's got the whole shot. Will it last? Oh, you bet your bottom it will. Adrian Tash, 12:02, 124 miles an hour. Peterson, 12:66 at 112. Hey, for all you folks that are feeling a little peckish, of course, the Half Track Snack Shack is open. Half Track Snack Shack, wide open for business. But they're not the only ones. We got BS Espresso on the property. They're located actually underneath the grandstands here on the pit side. You locate them by following along the pit road closest to the racetrack. You got coffee, you got mini donuts, you got lemonade. Go on down, get yourself some BS Espresso as well. Cam Penner and Tony Angelis, the next pair up. Angelis goes and he'll put down 13:31 with 105 miles an hour. And Cam Penner goes 15:33, down at 89. What, do we get the Corvette Club out here? These are the 5th Corvettes now that I've seen out here on the property. So there's a lot of them out here as well. Again, old versus new, and this one's gonna go the way of the new. Right lane Corvette gonna get there way ahead. Goes 12:71, 116 miles an hour. Left lane 13:07 at 111. And guess what? It's another Corvette. It's Justin Gill going up against Rob Getz. Rob Getz breaking out a new pickup. 2024 Ford pickup on that machine. Used to be driving an old mid-2000s pickup. Gill goes 11:05, 129 miles an hour. Rob Getz goes 12:42 at 108. Ram Sahibaj Gill and Brad Thompson. So safety crew's going out there. They're going to be spraying down the racetrack. And we'll be back to racing shortly. Once again, BS Espresso is on the property and they are open for business. They can be located just by the pit side grandstands. They got coffee, they got lemonade, they got mini donuts. And then, of course, Half Track Snack Shack is open as well for dinner. Just get yourself some chicken strips, some cheeseburgers, some fries while we're under this little bit of track prep. All right, you know what? While we're waiting, show of hands at the stands. Who's coming out to Smoke, Fire, and Thunder? Wow, nobody. Nobody coming out to Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We need to change that. Get some tickets. It's the biggest show of the year. Come on, guys. You don't want to miss it. You can get those tickets down at Show Pass. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Outlaw! We need Outlaw to come on down to the lanes. Outlaw, bring him on up to the lanes. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. All right, we got Jason Gibson and Adam Blender. The 1991 Mustang Fox Body going up against the ChopMyRate.ca Audi RS3. Turning off the all-wheel drive just to give those front wheels a burnout. And then turning it back on for a hard launch. I think this Audi is really the only thing on the property that could realistically rival Gibson's Mustang, because that car, that Mustang drives, it fully races at a lot of the big events here at Mission Raceway Park. And again, we are likely to see it out next weekend. And maybe even tomorrow night as well. We'll see. Gibson's got the whole shot. But Blender going to be looking to charge after. Can he get there? No! Jason Gibson, 9:15, 137 miles an hour. Blender was hauling 9:35 at 148, just lacking too much on the tree. Ryan Kropp goes 11:22, 122 miles an hour. Lawrence Stewart goes 12:04 and 118. That brings up Matt R. and Kevin Major. The Dodge going up against the 1990 S10 Blazer. Gets there first, 10:63, 125 miles an hour. Kevin Major goes 11:93 at 114. We'll bring up Brent Elliott and the El Camino, racing Kai Jessamine in the Regal. And Elliott goes at an 11:60 with the 117 miles an hour. Kai Jessamine 11:78 at 115. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles lead you to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. Bring them up. Rex Chessman brings up Brad Bloomfield. Monte Carlo versus Pontiac. Bloomfield and Sons, Pontiac Phoenix. Trying to make a run. How about that? He's going to get it done. Gets around Jessamine. 1286, 100 miles an hour. Jessamine goes 1470 at 72. Rick Duda brings up the Corvette going up against Justin Berkey. The Camaro running down track goes 1152, 120 miles an hour. Duda goes 1403 at 71. And next up, it's Rick Franks. Going up against Kyle Guntz. The black coffin Chevy pickup taken off after Rick Franks. But Franks gets there first with an over 3-second head start. 12.6 with the 2, 106 miles an hour. Guntz went 11.8 at 91. Brings up Adam Muscle and Ross Walker. Corvette versus Demon. Hey, Outlaw. This is your final call. If you're not down there, you should be there. Outlaw, final call to the lanes. And motorcycles, we've called you to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, where are you at? We need you lanes 5 and 6. Bring them on down. Motorbikes to lanes 5 and 6. Jeffrey Bellman and Mike Boytson bringing it on up. That Cougar taking it up once again. And for Mike Boytson, it's been 9 years since he last took that car out here. But it's still looking strong and as beautiful as ever. Again, kicking some smoke out of the exhaust, but we'll run it down track nonetheless. Goes 11:09 at 123 miles an hour. Boytson, 12:43 at 105. We'll bring up Mark Goddard. Takes his Plymouth out to race against Dallas Metters in the Mustang. That ain't a Mustang. Metters bringing out the Malibu, not the Mustang. Whoa, boy, look at the wheel spin in the Malibu. Solid launch, though, getting out way ahead of Mark Goddard and goes 10:28, 99 miles an hour. Goddard will go 12:29 at 113. And we'll bring up Robert McLean and Ron Yaroshuk. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sport Compact. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Sport Compact. Bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll bring up Darren Bowman. We'll bring up Corey Craig. Kawasaki versus Hayabusa. The Spectrum Motorsports entry over there on the Lordco lane. Getting set to take it up against Bowman. Corey Craig out in front. Nothing Bowman can do to stop him, and it'll be Corey Craig. 8.4, 163 miles an hour. Best time of the day. Darren Bowman goes 9:17 and 161. We'll bring up Ralph Steen and Keith Schmidt. ZX19 versus a Harley. Solid launch for Ralph Steen. This could be a threat for the new quick time of the day down track, and he's going to get it done. 8:29, 160 miles an hour for Ralph Steen. Keith Schmidt goes 11:67 at 118. Finally got that ZX19 to hook up in the close lane. That was a good pass. We'll bring up Legoland in the Suzuki. Paul Serdar goes up against Ken Christensen. The Suzuki goes up against the Kawasaki. The final pair in motorbikes before we roll back into Sport Compact. $969 to a $1029. And we're raring to go. Once again, the Volkswagen Drags brought to you today by Bunnies and Bugs, the proud sponsor of the Volkswagen Club. You can stop by their booth for a free raffle ticket or a candy or two. So Adrian brings up his Volkswagen Grotto going up against Rob K in a 2006 Audi. We got the McLaren back up. First time we saw it up, it was making a solo hit. This time it's out for a pair. That's the 570S headed up by Chris Allen, going up against Alexandros with a 2018 Volkswagen Golf R in the far lane. Well, I don't know what Chris Allen was waiting on the starting line, but whatever it was, it's not going to get him a win anytime soon. The Golf R goes 1135, 121. Allen goes 1079 at 130. We'll bring up Rudu Stemescu, brings up his 2018 Audi, going up against Luke Brown and the BMW. Stemescu goes 1196, 117 miles an hour. Luke Brown goes 1386 at 106. That'll bring up Ivanchko. Going up against Kevin. John brings up a Scirocco over here, TCS side, and is already bested by the Audi by the time they get to the 8th mile mark. Audi goes down track 12:34, 111 miles an hour. John goes 15:10 at 82. So we continue to send cars down track all throughout this Sport Compact class. Right lane 1163 at 120 miles an hour. Left lane went 1272 at 111. Well, the left lane left before the tree was activated, and then the right lane didn't give it a chance to activate either. So both cars not going to get a time this time around. How about a Mercedes coming on up over here, tower side? Stu Kandaya goes against Chris Lupol. A 2011 Mercedes E550 going up against the 2013 Audi. Now, we bring up Stefan Sunderland, and of course we bring up Megan Railton. Now, Railton drives a 1995 Cabriolet, and as such, she has dubbed that car the Leonardo DiCabriolet. Leonardo DiCaprio. Absolutely love that. Sunderland goes 1560 at 87 miles an hour. Railton goes 1609 at 87 miles an hour as well. We continue on. Pair of UWs getting off the line. Alex Ronson going up against Cole. Ronson goes 1669, 80 miles an hour. Cole went 1496 at 100 miles an hour. I believe, I know for sure we got John Schmidt and his Beetle over on the far lane. I believe that's a Maserati, though, over here, TCS side. How about that? Folks, get your seats to the fence line. We got the race of the century coming on up over here. This is going to be a good one. Little buggy going up against a hippie van, as they were so often called. You know Ramon from Pixar's Cars? Yeah, that's him over there on the far side. So who you taking? You taking the buggy Or are you picking Ramon? Well, this one is decided all on the starting line. Goes 12.92, 96 miles an hour for the Bug. But the van trundling along, and he'll look to put down a time of a 20.10 at 60 miles an hour. And that brings up the pair of Beetlebugs. So Kevin Krieger and Silas Bancroft run down track. Krieger gets there first, 12.96, 102 miles an hour. Silas Bancroft, a slow roll, 24 seconds at 54 miles an hour. And they let the McLaren back in for a second hit in this rotation, just for a special grudge match. He's going up against Kevin Kaiser. Chris Allen takes the McLaren home, bests Kevin Kaiser in the Volkswagen by 0.6 of a second. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need domestic. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic, bring them on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic, lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So Jen Stuttenberg going up against Len Benke, Malibu versus S10. Pair of Chevys run down track. And that one will go the way of Stuttenberg. It was 1290, 103 miles an hour. And Len Benke goes 1508 at 99. So we're shutting things down just for a moment. We got some oil down on the starting line, so safety crews making sure it doesn't go further out onto the racetrack. Sounded like it goes to about 60 feet and then stops. So this shouldn't take too long to get cleaned up. Oh, we got the time down. Want to once again thank Mopac Auto Supply for sponsoring the street legal program here at Mission Raceway Park. And of course, the other big sponsors like TCS, Transmission Products and Torque Converters, Lordco Auto Parts, one of the big ones, of course. And a whole bunch of others like Super Steve's Tires, Factory Direct Tools, Jerry's OK Tire, SimLX, Tim Hortons, so much more. Albion Tireland, you got a lot of them that are all over the racetrack. Be sure to reach out, thank those guys for helping to keep this program alive at Mission Raceway Park all this time. We would not be here if it weren't for them. And of course, the biggest thanks going out to Titanium Auto Group, the main sponsor for the Titanium Strip in 2024. Be sure to check out the Half Track Snack Shack where we got this time down. Now it's a good time to go out, get yourself some dinner. And of course, swing on down to Barry and Shelley's BS Espresso. That is down just by the pit side grandstands. All sorts of things to do all over the racetrack. And go check out some of the cars. You know, one car of I hoping I get to see make a hit today. A very lovely looking Porsche 911 GT3. Sitting just beside a pair of Dodges over here, and by that McLaren. I hope that thing makes a hit. That'd be awesome to see. So we got Zyko Ruzek over here running that 1982 GMC pickup, waiting patiently. And then you got Rob Monroe in the 94 Blazer on the far lane. That Blazer commonly driven by Taryn Monroe, Impedance Industries Junior Street, and I'm sure that car will be out in full force for the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series. If you're a fan of night racing, I would absolutely come on out tomorrow night. It's the season finale for the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series, and boy, oh boy, there are some tight tight points battles that are going on all throughout the course of that afternoon, including a big one for National Tire non-electronics. It's a three-way winner takes all. First and second tied for the points lead. Third, back by just one. Could not recommend a better night to come on out to watch some thrilling bracket racing. Well, the sun's finally peeking through the clouds. It's been a bit of an overcast day, but still a pleasant day, all things considered. That brings up Jingzi Wang and Tyler Peters. That Malibu could also be driven by Jacob Peters, but for now, we're going with Tyler. So it's Malibu versus Corvette. Both racers firing down track. And it'll be an 11:29, 121 miles an hour, 11:36 at a $1.19 for Tyler Peters. So next pairing up, it's Alex Dobie and Cam Penner. Chevelle versus Charger. Dobie goes 1396. Cam Penner goes 1535. That'll bring up Carter Smith and Justin Gill. Smith running that 05 Mustang going up against Gill and that 2008 Corvette. And this one goes the way of the Corvette, goes 1093, 130 miles an hour. Carter Smith goes 1406 at 102. We'll bring up the Jeep, driven by Sterling Hyde, and a Ford pickup in the far lane. Hyde taking off. The pickup in tow. Running down track, and Sterling Hyde will get there first. 12:07, 115 miles an hour. The pickup, 16:13 at 87. So Camaro versus Mustang. Kyle Sharp out of DeRoche brings up his Mustang. So this is a big car over there. You got a Cadillac coming on up over here, TCS side, but Julian McLean brings up an Oldsmobile Hearst in the far lane. That car is one of just 26 in all of Canada. So you're seeing an extremely rare model running down the racetrack right now with Julian McLean. Not able to really challenge Adrian Tash, and the Cadillac goes 13:38 of the buck 24. McLean 1660 at 82. Again, just one out of 26 that exist in Canada for the Oldsmobile Hearsts. And that brings up Darius Kendaya and his Camaro going up against an old junker Mustang headed up by Julian Smith. The launch wasn't anything spectacular. We'll see what the top end numbers say, but right now, Darius Kendaya's got this thing locked out early. Goes 1385, 106 miles an hour. Julian Smith, 1552 at 88. We'll bring up the Corvette, and then we'll bring up a Dodge once again. Brad Thompson sporting a 345 cubic inch Hemi motor under the hood out of Edmonton. So I feel like this is a good time as ever to remind folks that if you have a passenger, you are not allowed to go faster than 14 seconds with a passenger, and that passenger has to wear a helmet. So once again, passenger must wear a helmet, and you cannot, under any circumstances, go faster than 14 seconds. And we'll bring up a Tesla over here on the Lordco side of the racetrack up for a single. This racer looking like he might be making some of his first ever drag racing passes. That Tesla's got some speed underneath it. It may be quiet, but that doesn't mean it can't get off the line well. He'll lift out of the throttle at the 8th mile mark. Not looking to chance it. He'll go down 16:43 at 70 miles an hour. So once again, start line crews just out, checking out the racetrack as we close out our second, I think that's actually the third rotation now of the day. All right, just want to make another reminder, folks, about air conditioning. Right now, we got to clean up about 40 feet worth of water down on the racetrack, and that's, of course, going to put us down for a little bit. So again, no AC. It brings water on the racetrack. No AC. It brings water out on the racetrack. Once again, now is a great time to go check out the Espresso, and of course, a good time to go and check out the Half-Track Snack Shack. Get yourself some food, some grub for dinner. Of course, we mentioned that the Volkswagen and the Audi clubs are out this afternoon. Bunnies and Bugs, the proud sponsor of tonight's Volkswagen Drags. Tonight, part one of a 3-day Volkswagen weekend. Tomorrow, there's a double event. They'll start it off Saturday at 9 a.m. with an HPA pancake breakfast in Langley, followed by a Tunezilla open house and hot tub summer barbecue. That'll be at Tunezilla in Surrey at 6 p.m. And then, of course, there's the Great Canadian Volkswagen Show and Shine plus Swap Meet. That'll be at the Tsawwassen Mills Mall from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Sunday. And, of course, the big show, Smoke, Fire, Thunder. We got everything coming on out to party August 22nd to 25th. Attention to the pits, tension in the pits. We need Outlaw to the lanes. Outlaw, come on down to the lanes. Outlaw to the lanes. So first pair, coming on down, we got Adam Blender, we got Lauren Stewart. All-wheel drive Audi RS3 going up against a 2003 Mustang. Blender turning off all-wheel drive just to burn up the front wheels. Folks, who do you think's got this one? Is it the Audi? Is it the Ford? How about the Audi taking off in front of Lauren Stewart? Blender takes that one, 955 to Stewart's 1190 at 119 miles an hour. All right, folks, we got a Pontiac and a Volkswagen Golf. Resvon DeJean ready to fire off that Volkswagen Golf once again. He's going to hightail this one down the racetrack on the Lord Coast side with that front-wheel drive Golf. Pull shot goes the way of the Pontiac, but boy, that Golf is hauling the mail, and he is going to turn on the wind light at the far end. 988 goes a $121. Good pass for him. And the Pontiac, even though he had the higher mile an hour, just couldn't do much with the ET down to the top end. That takes us up for a good old pickup grudge match. Right lane giving a bit of a head start to that pickup in the far lane. And it won't be enough to run him down. Left lane takes the wind light, and that one goes 12.65 at 101. His opponent went 134, but gave up too much on the starting line. The right lane leaving a little bit too soon. Did not let that tree activate. That Dodge, though, absolutely tearing down there. Turns on the wind light. Oh, it ended up being a solo pass. Not competitive for that Dodge. How about this? We got the El Camino going up against Kai Jessamine in the Regal. Pull shot left lane to the Camino, the Regal, trying to see if it can stay out in front though at the top end, and it will! Kai Jessamine turns on the wind light. The El Camino got the whole shot, wasn't enough to stay out in front. It's a good old Malibu action coming on up over here Tower side. Boy, some pretty bad wheel spin. The Malibu quickly pulling over to the left-hand side and coming to a stop. So right lane takes off, goes 11-13, 123 miles an hour, and that Malibu going to come to a stop. We're going to shut things down and see what's what. So the Malibu going to go down track as the car has found its life again. Looking like may have just got a little bit startled by shaking the wheels up when that thing launched. It launched hard, just didn't go for the pass was hoping for. We got Ross Walker coming up. He's got his Corvette, and he's going up against the BMW over in the far lane. BMW fully staged, Ross Walker bumping that Corvette forward. Walker's got the whole shot. Corvette turns on the wind light. BMW couldn't do nothing about it with that head start giving up on the tree. What about the S10 Blazer? Now, how about this at the starting line? This is a classic Ford v Chevy battle. You got a Corvette, you got Don Yasugi and that Blue Water Project Mustang. Folks, let me hear some noise if you think that Corvette's going to take the win. What about if that Mustang's going to take the win? How about that one? Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need motorcycles, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, we need you up to lanes 5 and 6. Ford's got nothing on the Corvette. That was a good one. The Corvette getting down track, 10.99, 98 miles an hour. Yasugi lacking on the starting line. Once again, that call, motorcycles need you to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. New versus the old. Pretty even down track, but it'll be the olds take this one. That newer Corvette falling by about a third of a second there at the top end of the racetrack. Mustang Fox body bringing it up over on the far lane. You heard the turbo spooling, and it was over like that. 950, 140 miles an hour for the right lane, turning on the wind light. So it sounds like we're going to be shutting things down, some debris potentially on the racetrack about the 8th mile mark in the far lane. So with that, we're going to make a quick safety announcement. To all competitors, please remember the pit roads are one-way only. Once again, pit roads are one-way only. All lanes run from west to east. The only lane that goes to the top end of the racetrack is the one closest to the river. So if you need to get down to the west end of the property, you have to do so using the pit road that is closest to the river. Otherwise, all pit lanes run exclusively west to east. Some noise. That's some noise right there from the Camaro over here at Tower side. I think we got a Falcon on the Lorco side. I might be wrong. My old car's still a little bit rusty on that one, but I know for a fact that's a Camaro Z01 over here at Tower side. Correction on that, it's a Plymouth on the far lane. It got there second, though. That's the big thing. That Camaro went at the 1127 and turned on the wind light pretty easily. And this looking like this could be the last car in Outlaw before we bring up the two-wheelers. So first pair down track, and it'll be the left lane by a mile. A different zip code, 971, 144 miles an hour. And we'll ring out Corey Craig in that Black Lightning Spectrum Motorsports Hayabusa. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need Sport Compact, lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sport Compact, bring them on up, lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Well, Ralph Steen launched well on that ZX-19, but the bike quickly losing fire. He'll pull over to the left-hand side, and looking like he might be bringing it to a stop. Still on a slow roll. While Lee Gallant went at the Harley went at a 12:31, 116 miles an hour. Steen is still rolling. Sport Compact, we need Sport Compact. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sport Compact, let's bring them on up. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sport Compact, lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. We're waiting for you. So the last pair of bikes running down track, and we will look to bring Sport Compact into the water box. So we got a Volkswagen Sport Wagon coming on up over here at Tower side, and we got an Audi coming on up on the Lorco side of the racetrack. Once again, the Volkswagen and the Audi clubs, both out to party at the Titanium Strip on a beautiful Friday night. Well, this one goes the way of the Audi as he'll take that one down the racetrack easily in front of the right lane. No question about it. So we got a Honda Civic going up against a Mercedes-AMG C43 over here, tower side. Folks, do you got luxury or do you got that old hatchback on your mind? So who do you think's taking the win on this one? Both cars roaring through the gears, but that Civic has got some wheel spin underneath it. The Mercedes out in front and stays there. 1292, 114 miles an hour. The Civic goes 1294 to 111. So we got a BMW M340i over here tower side and the good old Jaguar coming on up for some luxury grudge matching in Sport Compact. All the noise is in the right lane, but noise ain't everything, and give it to the left lane. 1121, 121 miles an hour. 1186 at 127 for the Jaguar on the far lane. We'll bring up an Audi, we'll bring up an Infiniti. A G35X over here, Lordco side. Well, that Audi already eager to go. He pre-staged that car early. Well, the Audi's got the whole shot by about 3.5 tenths of a second off the tree. And at the top end of the racetrack, what's it going to be? How about that? The right lane. Driving around him for the win of the top end. Reels in a 3.5 tenths of a second head start. Gets the job done. Great stuff. We got a Volkswagen Corvette coming on up over here, Lordco side of the racetrack, and another sister Volkswagen over here, tower side. Well, the left lane got out first, but the right lane with some charge. Left lane slowing. And right lane's got him. 1447, just breaking the 100-mile-an-hour barrier. We'll bring up a Golf. We'll bring up an Audi S5. And of course, with that car coming to a stop at the far end of the racetrack, we're going to shut things down and see what's what. So who's having a good time here for the Mopac Auto Supply Street Legals? Yeah, that's what I like to hear. Now that I'm out here, now you all start making some noise. Tell you what, never gets old seeing so many people in the stands. If you like this night racing, be sure to come out to the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series. Tomorrow night, racing all throughout the evening. Some very tight championships on the line. For no box, it's a three-way, effectively a three-way dead heat, winner takes all. So not an event you are going to want to miss. But of course, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Smoke, Fire, Thunder. I know I'm a broken record. I've said that, what, half a dozen times tonight, if not more. But hey, it shows that it's not an event you want to be missing out on. I mean, August 24th, it's the big show. We got jet cars, we got dragsters, we got fuel altered, we got the West Coast Pro Mods, we got the West Coast Outlaws, we got everybody coming on out. You're telling me you don't want to see a jet car fire down the track at 280 miles an hour? Who doesn't want to see that? That thing shakes the building and it sets off car alarms. It's awesome. So cars are cleared off at the top end. We're going to send this hatchback once again going up against that S5. Well, neither driver with the reaction time to ride home about 2.4 and 2.6 seconds respectively. That's actually a close race at the top end, you know. And how about that? The Volkswagen Golf best in an Audi S5. Great race, 1196 to a 1211, 115 and 112 miles an hour. It was a close one, though. We got the McLaren 570S back out to party. This time, the McLaren going to be facing off against the Honda Civic S1. And put that car in a different zip code, the McLaren is gone. At the quarter, by the time the Civic passes half track, 1094, 130 miles an hour. The Civic goes 613 at 91. Well, we got a pair of Infinities here, and I must be seeing Siamese twins. We got two G37S's. Oh, I say that wrong. We got two G37s. One's an X, and one's an X. What do you think, folks? Is it the S model or the X model that take this race? When you get close cars, you get a close race, but that S out in front and doesn't take it. 1339 to 1344. Right lane gets out in front. And here comes the Volkswagen party. Got a good old Beetlebug coming on up over here, tower side. Well, that bug trying its darndest to get out in front and stay there. And he will. 1466, 94 miles an hour. The right lane, 1657. We got a Corrada, and then we got a Jetta coming on up for the next pair of Volkswagens. Puffs of smoke being emitted from the left lane, but still taking off down track. Trying to stay out in front. Does he get the job done? Yes, he does. 1511, 92 miles an hour. His opponent, 1529 at 89. BMW M5 up next. Tower side. He's facing off against the good old Audi RS5 over here on the far lane. Audi caught napping as that BMW M5 rips it down track. And the Beamer goes 1153, a buck 21. The Audi 1162 at 120. So we got another Volkswagen rolling up into the water box. Then you got yourself a Mercedes E550 in the far lane. And all that is on the starting line. That Mercedes is gone. E550 will rip that one down track for an easy win light. 13-13 at 106 miles an hour. So another Volkswagen Golf GTI bringing it up on the Lordco lane. And then we got a Volkswagen, another TDI over here on the far lane. That one's sponsored by Tunezilla. Down track, right lane with the advantage. And to the advantage it will stay. 1447, 90 miles an hour. Gets the job done. What about the next pair? Close race at the top end, but this one will go the way of the right lane. An Audi SQ5 brings it up over here tower side, going up against another Volkswagen Corrado. There's a good number of them here this afternoon. So far, not many of them are able to do much off the hitch, though, as that Audi gets way out in front, goes 1160, 117 miles an hour. The right lane, 1443 at 105. How about a Subaru WRX coming on up over here on the Lordkill lane? So being here on the start line is illuminating. There's a lot of water cleanup that's constantly being done at the start line. So once again, another reminder, no AC is to be running in your vehicle if you're racing at the property. If you have AC running in your car, that means we get water on the racetrack, and water means we can't race. We don't want to not race at a racetrack. So come on, get that AC off and let's keep this program moving. So the Subaru out on a single, and it looks like it'll be the same story for the BMW coming on up over here on the Lordco lane as well. All right, the next pair up, it's another Volkswagen Golf. This one going up against an Audi TT-RS. Well, the Audi might have met his match here. That Volkswagen Golf out in front and takes it. 1099, 116 miles an hour. The Audi goes 1187 at 116 as well. Whole shot win for the Volkswagen. Good show. And it'll be a pair of Audis. A3 versus S3 for this matchup. Got to inch forward another 6 inches there to light the fully staged rooms. There we go. $11.67, 123 for the S3. The A3 runs 16:05 at 89. We got another TT on the far lane, going up against another Mercedes on the Lordco lane. And that one goes the way of the Mercedes. 12:46, 113 miles an hour. Faced off against that other machine that went at a solid 15-second time. How about a BMW? If my mind's not remember this incorrectly, I think that's a Porsche 944 over here in the TCS lane. A lot of wheel spin and goes 11:52, 138 miles an hour, gets the win despite losing off the hitch, goes 13:44 at 108 for the car in the right lane. We'll bring up an Audi A7 coming on up over here, and then we got a Nissan over on the Lordco lane. So another Skyline out to party. And 1386, 98 miles an hour to a 1336 at 113. So the Skyline had the advantage on the ET, just needs to work on the starting line. So attention to all competitors. When you're in the staging lanes, make sure to idle that car just a little bit longer. We're getting a lot of exhaust water now out on the racetrack, so Make sure that when you're in the stage lanes, don't shut that car off. Keep it idling. Make sure that all that water gets burned off so we don't have more delays than what we got right now. We got a pair of Beetlebugs coming on up over here. They, of course, got the Beetle over in the TCS lane. And then we got the Sleeper over here in the Lordco lane. That McLaren was facing off against that Volkswagen earlier on. And so far, it's been the only thing that's been able to put that Beetle down. Well, this one goes the way of the launcher. 1188, 115 miles an hour. The TCS lane, 1423 at 94. Bring up the Paravans. So this could be a close race, if not a slow race. But hey, now we see which van's the quicker. Out at 330 feet, looking like the left lane will be the quicker of the two past the half-track mark. And going to close that thing out at the top end of the racetrack. 2050 to a 2283. Now we got another vintage Beetle going up against a modern day Golf. I know that Beetle's making a lot more noise, but that doesn't always mean everything. And those Golfs have been pretty preppy so far this afternoon. So the Golf giving that Beetle a head start. Gap is closing. That Golf is chasing. Does he make the pass? No, he doesn't. 1472 to a 1323. Give it to the Beetle on the right lane. Bring up the Doom Buggy going up against the Beetle. Little bit of movement off the line, but that buggy goes out the back door. 1281, 100 miles an hour. And wouldn't you have guessed it, another Beetle going up against the BMW this time around. You got an M5. It's another battle, old versus new. This time, though, neither party playing around. At the top end, who is it? It's the BMW 1145, 121 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need domestic. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic, come on up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Domestic, fill them up. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the stadium lights starting to flick on around the titanium strip. So racers, if you got headlights, please use them. If you got headlights or taillights, turn them on. We'll make sure we can know where you are. All racers, if you're on the property, headlights or taillights. You know what? I'm not saying no, I'm saying or headlights and taillights. Turn them on. So another pair of Volkswagens on the line. We got a Jetta going on up over there in the right lane, going up against a Cabrio, over in the left lane. So Leonardo the Cabrio bringing it up over here, tower side. And they're off. This one going the way of the right lane. Pretty handily, got out there by about 6/7 of a second. How about a Honda Element? I think it's the first time I've ever said that car name. Going up against the Volkswagen GTI. So Element versus Golf, and this one gonna go the way of the Golf. And that's going to roll us into domestics. So here's where all that North America muscle comes into play. A pair of S10s, the first two trucks to bring it on up. Boy, wheel spin galore over in the right lane. Gets it back in the throttle, looking to run that thing down track. Doesn't make the pass. 1383, 97 miles an hour for the left lane. Gets the whole shot, the right lane. Had the top end speed, but just couldn't put it together on the start line. So another Oldsmobile hearse going up against the Ford F-150. And the pickup with all the speed. 12, 18, 106 miles an hour. The left lane, 1657 at 82. Bring up the Malibu. Bring up the Mustang GT. Chevy versus Ford. Old versus new. And the Malibu out in front. Can he stay there? He sure can. So the Gen 3 Speed Malibu getting their second. The Mustang gets their first, 1166 to an 1173. 121 to 115 miles an hour. It's another pickup duo. Got a GVC over here, a GMC, sorry, over here to the Lord Coast side. TCS side, we got a Ford Super Duty. Well, the GMC having some hiccups, but that Super Duty looking to run him down. GMC gets the job done. Bring up a Jeep, bring up a Chevy Camaro. The Jeep taking out the Camaro. Good run, that for the Jeep. How about a Corvette duo? Wheel spin out of the gate for the left lane, but the right lane, Jingzi Wang hightailing down the racetrack, top end. It'll go the way of Wang. 1187, 120 miles an hour, 1275 at 113 for the left lane. We'll bring up another Camaro, and how about another Ford pickup coming back to it. Well, the Camaro leaving way before the tree was activated, so the pickup will get a freebie on that one. Hey, happy birthday to Finn. 20th birthday. I know when I had just 1 year left before I was able to hit the bars, and trust me, that next year, it'll come quicker than you think. Happy birthday to Finn, 20 years old. That's, of course, for the Americans that might be in the stands. So we got a Chevy 2 coming on up over here from 1966. He's facing off against another Dodge over here on the TCS side. Well, you know the old saying, youth and exuberance doesn't beat old age and treachery. Put the Chevy 2 to a win. Bring up a Charger. Bring up a Camaro. Camaro gets there first, 12:19 or 15:28. Now here we go, two very fast hot rods. You got a Cadillac and we got a Corvette. Pretty close matchup. Top end of the racetrack, gave it to the Corvette, taking out the Cadillac. $11.18 to an $11.93. We'll bring up another 2000s Mustang going up against another Corvette on the far lane. No contest here. It goes the way of the Corvette. All right, a pair of Chevys. We got one from the old times. We got one from the new times. And that one goes easily the way of the left lane. Then you got, of course, that good old Rust Bucket Mustang. Still got some speed underneath it. Just needs to work on the starting line. And then, of course, we got the Cadillac. Give that one to the Cadillac, 1187, easily ahead of a 1568, 121 miles an hour for the Caddy over in the left lane. All right, who's your money on? You got it on the Fox Body, you got it on the Challenger. These are two excellent drag cars, but so far the Dodgers have not been convincing today. Well, but this one a little bit more so. Look at the Challenger go. Taking off down track, 1284, 109 miles an hour. And a pair of Fords. You got a Mustang and a Mustang GT. Well, some problems on the starting line for that one, but hey, that's fine. We're novices here. The professionals are racing out tomorrow night at the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series. And is that a Tesla? Or do my eyes deceive me? No, they do not. I'm confident that's a Tesla. Just for the lack of shaking in the ears. Tell you what, that Tesla had a great launch out to the 8th mile mark, though. And he's going to be looking to see if maybe he can make it even better past this time out. Or will they be looking to double him up? They're holding him here in the water box. I do see one or two more cars in the back there. I do see a Fox Body. And away it goes. Boy, that Tesla can rip. We had a Tesla out here last year, called it the muscle car killer. 1083, 138 miles an hour. Not bad for an electric car. So looking like that's going to do it for this next rotation. So I asked this question once already. I got a good reaction. I'm going to ask again. Who's enjoying themselves at Mission Raceway Park? That's what I like to hear. Who's coming out for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder next week? Who's hyped for some jet cars at 290 miles an hour? That's what I like to see. Now that we're on track prep, though, I got to race all of you to the half-track snack shack. So first one to get there, I'm not buying your food, but you'll beat me to the line. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. We need Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, bring him on up, lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Motorcycles, this is your standby call. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Motorcycles, we need motorcycles in lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, bring them on up, lanes 5 and 6. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Sport Compact. We need Sport Compact to lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sport Compact, bring them on up. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. of noise being made on both sides of the racetrack. Kevin Kaiser and Trent Rasmussen running down track, and it'll be Rasmussen together with a 10.53, 148 miles an hour. Kaiser goes 11.98 at 114. As we continue on, we'll bring up Alex Rosnen and Radu Stanescu, 2008 Audi A3, going up against that Volkswagen over on the Tower Lane. So bring up Nathan Kupch and Michael Papa. Pair of Audis running down track. And Kupch going to be the one that gets out in front of this one early, but quickly overtaken by Papa. We'll bring up Jared Merkel, running a 2017 Audi RS, going up against Alexandros and a 2018 Volkswagen Golf R. What about Felix Olariu and Greg Kuzik? The pair of Volkswagens going to run down track, and they'll get this one out to the quarter mile. So Mike Shenstad going up against Stefan Sunderland. And that 2014 Beetle getting out in front again, out to the quarter mile mark, and will pretty easily get there first. Goes 15.08, 95 miles an hour. Shenstad goes 17.13 at 84. So Jacob Smith takes the Smith's Garage Beetle up against Kevin Krieger. Smith had the whole shot, but Krieger with a top-end charge gets him by a quarter of a second, 13:38. 102 miles an hour. Smith went 14:24 at 94. We'll bring up Benjamin Williamson and Cole D. And the 1991 Volkswagen not looking like it's going to be a match for the Audi A4 in the close lane here. Williamson goes 11:60 at 120 miles an hour. Cole goes 15:07 at 100. So once again, that dune buggy on an absolute flyer. Kevin Paw besting Sam Wood by 6/10, 13:52 at 97 miles an hour. Sam Wood goes 14:57 at 89. We'll bring up Stu Kandaya with a Mercedes E550. Going up against Sean Kandaya with a 2012 Audi A7. Continuing to roll on through Sport Compact, Ross Murdoch and Tim Carden, the next two up. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need domestic. Lanes 4, 3, 2, domestic. Bring them on up, domestic. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. All right, so we roll into domestic. Mike Libby goes 1165, 123 miles an hour. Elizabeth Stobie takes that Camaro to a 1546 at 91. We got another Corvette coming on up over here. TCSI going up against Justin Gill. Gill out of Kamloops racing his Corvette. Justin Gill got to the top end, went 1087 to 131 miles an hour. The other Corvette went 1167 at 120. We'll bring up Utah Mooney, running the 1999 Ranger pickup, going up against Tyler Peters in the 79 Malibu. Peters goes 1127, 122 miles an hour. Utah Mooney clocks in a 1771 at 77. We'll bring up Chase Cranmore and Cam Penner. 2017 Camaro going up against a 2006 Dodge Charger. $12.24, 117 miles an hour. Cam Penner goes 15.44 at 89. Kyle Sharp and Rob Getz going up against one another. The 95 Mustang taking it to the 2024 Ford pickup. Rob Getz out in front, gets there first, 1180 with a 6, 106 miles an hour. Kyle Sharp goes 1479 at 94. We'll bring up Matt Dawson and Lan Banky. Pair of S10s ready to do battle. And on a close race at the top end by just shy of 2/10, it'll be Len Banky. 1334 to 107 miles an hour to Matt Dawson's 1350 at 100 miles an hour, just about dead on. Attention the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw, this is your standby call. Outlaw, this is your standby call. Corvette goes up against Mark Hebert, the 2022 Challenger. Set to make it hit, and looking like the Corvette's got this one handled. The Challenger will fall to the Corvette. 1263, 115 miles an hour. Hebert went 15.00 with a 2 at 89. Bring up Adrian Tash with his 2013 Cadillac. Bring up Chris Timms and his 1966 Acadia. Bring up Darius Kandaya and Brad Thompson. Camaro versus Dodge. Kandaya's car stalls immediately after leaving. Yeah, might be a little worse than a stall as the start line crew goes over to give him a word. Brad Thompson goes 13.15 at 110 miles an hour, and they're going to back Darius Kandaya up. Tension to pits, tension to pits. We need Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, bring them on up, lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, lanes 1 and 2. So we roll back into, well, we are an Outlaw now. Last pass was Taylor Ratzlaff and AJ Sandu. We bring up Kevin Major and Rex Jessamine. Major goes 1186, 114 miles an hour. Rex Jessamine goes 1302 at 80 miles an hour. We'll bring up Joel Smith and Travis Noyes. The Zap Strap Racing Pontiac going up against the 1979 Chevy. Whoa, boy. Travis Noyes with a lot of wheel spin and now coasting close to the right side wall. That'll bring up Lauren Stewart. Once again, a 2003 Mustang. Get into it. And Lawrence Stewart going to be bested again off the hitch by a car from days gone by. Right lane goes 1028. 120 miles an hour. Lawrence Stewart goes 1244 at 117. Bring up Brent Elliott. Bring up Kai Jessamine. The 1986 El Camino out of Pitt Meadows racing the 1985 Regal out of Surrey. Top end of the racetrack, it's Jessamine to go 1144, 117 miles an hour. Brent Elliott, 1152 at 117. And that brings up Matthew Hine and Jeffrey Bellman. Chevy pickup facing off against the 68 Cougar. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Motorcycles. We need motorcycles to come on up to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Mike Boydson will lose out to Steve Sheffer on that last pass. We'll bring up Brian Kropp and Razvan Dijon, the grocery getter for Volkswagen, going up against the Team All Race Golf. Once again, we have called motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles, come on up, lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. Dijon goes 936, 152 miles an hour. Brian Kropp goes 1111 at 123. And that wraps up another round of Outlaw. Once again, motorbikes, we've called you up. Motorbikes, where are you at? We need motorcycles into lanes 5 and 6. Motorcycles to lanes 5 and 6. I'll make the call as well for Sport Compact to come on up to lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Sport Compact, lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. So, of course, we are getting into the later portions of the evening. So if you are on your way out from the property, just want to remind you once again of the 10-mile-an-hour speed limit all throughout the Mission Raceway Park grounds. And, of course, we wish you drive safely and responsibly on your way home. You've gotten all of them racing bugs out here at the racetrack. So, again, make sure that you're driving safely and responsibly on your drive home this afternoon. So that way we can see you out at our next Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legal event. Sport Compact rolling back into the water box. We'll bring up Chris Lupel and Cole Senga. So Lupo goes 13-14, 91 miles an hour. Senga goes 13-31 at 108. We'll bring up Stefan Sunderland. So Adrian takes his Corrado going up against Tristan Malloy. And the Audi taking off after Adrian. And Malloy gets around him easily. Goes 1165, 123 miles an hour. Adrian goes 1387 at 102. We'll bring up Kevin Krieger and Alexandros. Volkswagen Beetle versus Volkswagen Golf R. And in a close race, Alexandro takes it. 11:59, 120 miles an hour. Kevin Krieger, 12:99 at 102. It's another Audi. We know that for a fact. I think that might be an A4. He's got a Volkswagen buddy over there on the far lane. That's Alexi Angelatos, and that's actually a Volkswagen Golf. He's going up against Tim Carden. The Velocity Upholstery and Tunzilla Volkswagen, ready to do battle. Touareg and a Type R going at it, and the Type R is out of here. The Touareg lacking a little bit on the starting line, but trying to get him with the top end charge. Dead heat at the 8th. And at the quarter, how about that? Angelato's getting around in 12:50 to the 1, 109 miles an hour. Tim Carden goes 14:58 at 93. Bring up the Doom Buggy. Kevin Paw takes his Volkswagen Doom Buggy to go up against Kyle Reitier with the 2016 Audi. Right here goes in 11:47, 118 miles an hour. Kevin Paw, slow this time around, goes 14:62 at 69. We'll bring up Radu Stanescu with his 2008 Audi A3. It's a Golf beside him. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. We need domestic. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Domestic, bring them on up. Lanes 4, 3, 2, and 1. Attention to pits, attention to pits. We need Outlaw to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, bring him on up, lanes 1 and 2. Once again, Outlaw. We need Outlaw into lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw, come on up. Lanes 1 and 2. You're the next ones up. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. We need motorcycles to lanes 1 and 2, Sport Compact to 3 and 4. Motorcycles to 1 and 2, Sport Compact to 3 and 4. Domestic. We need domestics to the lanes. Domestics, come on up to the lanes. Domestics. Get you into the lanes. Oh boy, a little bit of a wobble there for Tim Wong. Car pointed towards the left side wall. Kept it in the middle of the groove. And he is going to take a slow coast down there. I think that run may have spooked him a little bit. Can't say I blame him much. All right, attention all competitors. That time has come. We are opening the lanes. The lanes are now open. So you are free to hot lap for these the last little while here of the night. The lanes are open. Motorcycles, you'll still be run by yourselves, but lanes are now open. So once again, we have opened up the staging lanes to all competitors. Staging lanes are indeed open. So if you wanted to get it in one or two more hits, now is absolutely the time to get on down. Staging lanes are open. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are closing in 5 minutes. This is the last call. Lanes are closing in 5 minutes. If you want to get a hit, get on down there. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. The lanes are closed. The lanes are closed. We're going to be emptying out the lanes and then we will be done for the night. Lanes are closed. C-L-O-S-E-D, closed. And that is a wrap. Folks, thank you once again for joining us at the Titanium Strip for the latest round of the Mopac Auto Supply Friday Night Street Legals. Be sure once again to drive safely and responsibly on your way out of the property so that we may see you again when we return. For now, this is farewell. We'll hopefully see you all out again tomorrow night for the Just Mechanical Limited Sunset Showdown Series and for Smoke, Fire, Thunder next week.